Hello, Penguin. Can I finally test my config because it breaks the website a lot? Um, wait, what? What's the context? What am I missing? Oh, as in, yeah. Oh shit, I closed the thing. Fuck. Let's set it to 8 minutes. Um, so you're saying that you have a website. Are you talking about Zine? Are you also using Ziggy from Zine, or are you talking about something else? Or do you have like your own thing and for some reason and you have a okay, so okay, you have your own thing and you need a config file and you were asking whether using Ziggy would help you get a better experience in that context, so unrelated to my static site generator. Yeah, okay, understood. So in that case I would say yes, to some degree. Why is dot sender a different color in the example? Because I changed the syntax and the three-seater grammar that we use for syntax highlighting has not been updated, and so it thinks that this is a code snippet with wrong syntax and it doesn't know how to highlight stuff. Basically, it's there's a syntax error in here according to the three-seater grammar. The first thing that I'm gonna do today is update the static site generator that I'm using, my static site generator, with the new three-seater grammar, and then update this website to use the new version of the static site generator, which in theory should fix this syntax highlighting error. That's why it's the first thing of the day. I know that it's obviously like weird and upsetting and suboptimal to see this error, but well, I had other things to do. Like it has been like this for like a few days, nothing crazy. Um, but I had to do other stuff. But I also get that it's upsetting. It's confusing, right? You don't want to see that. So yeah. In any case, so when it comes to testing your config files, the answer is to some degree. So you will be able to have a Ziggy schema and have tooling validate that Ziggy schema in a variety of ways. So you could, for example, have a CI step that validates the document for syntax errors and, well, for the absence of syntax errors and for um, schema compliance. That said, depending on how complicated your schema file is, there might be some things that cannot be tested through this system as it is designed right now. For example, let's say that you have a string value that needs to match a regular expression. We don't have that. You cannot specify in the schema that you want a given string to match a regular expression currently. Maybe we will add that in the future. I don't know. For now, I'm not too optimistic about it. But here's another example that is going to be more complicated. Let's say that you have a string that needs to match some kind of specification, but it's something more complicated than a regular expression. It's something that for it to be valid, you need to do more work to validate it. That will not be available through the system. Like there's guaranteed to be a level of complexity past which the tooling that I give you with Ziggy will not be able to do that out of the box. That said, you will still have the puzzle pieces to build your own, more advanced validator in case you need it. I think that if it's something like a website, you're probably going to be fine with the CLI tool and just a decent enough Ziggy schema that you write yourself. But just for clarity, the Ziggy schema will have limits. It will help you cover, in my opinion, the a good amount of ground, and it will work beautifully for a lot of people. But there will always be some cases where, for a config file to be truly valid, there's like an extra layer of checking that would need to happen, and that will have to be on you to set up. Kind of like testing SQL. Yeah, well, for SQL, what you can do is when testing SQL, so if you mean like testing SQL queries, one thing that you can do is having your testing thing interface with the database. So your testing executable knows how to connect to the database, and then it can, for example, check that whenever you're selecting from a given column, the column actually does exist for real. I think that some of that is done. For example, I think that Rust has, I believe, some ORMs, at least one ORM that has macros that, if I remember correctly, in the macro expansion phase will connect to the database and do stuff at that time, like to double check that everything is correct at the very least, I think. Let's just say that strategy comes with its own set of pros and cons. But they do it. So something like that could be done. But there's always there's always one extra layer that you can add on top to make it even more complicated in a way that it becomes unwieldy. So for example, maybe the database that you want to connect to has to be discovered through some kind of service like Kubernetes or Consul. I think that's the HashiCorp tool that you would have to use to do this kind of stuff. Or what's the other one? Zookeeper, I think. In any case, there could be some like extra layers that you would need to care about. But in any case, this should give you some good basics. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get up, get some tea. It's already done, so I just need to fill a cup. Come back, sit down, and start the work. So our first thing is gonna be this one. Also, the next interesting thing is gonna be this one. So Andrew is back. I told him to take a look at my implementation of stdio.threaded, where I solved a soundness issue with the implementation master branch. We'll see what he does with that one. But related to that, I've been exploring other async use cases, and some are covered by the current async implementation, some are not. And more specifically, this has to do with cancellation. And cancellation is kind of the most spicy aspect of async, because cancellation it's kind of weird. Like async await, it's already kind of weird. If you lose focus on the execution model, it's very easy to get confused about stuff. Like very easy. So you need to have like an iron, no, not even iron. What do people call it? Like a iron grip, maybe. Like you need to have a very strong grip on the problem, and you cannot let go, because the moment you start relaxing your arm, your mental arm, then it's gonna slide away from you, and you're gonna start getting confused. So, but of all the things related to async, cancellation I think is the most weird one. It's the most weird like subset of cancellation, and so the idea is what I will do is write down some use cases in a self-contained manner so that we can show so that I can show things done in a certain way, explain why I believe they're available, and then those can be used as a, you know, um as a like starting position for discussing how certain features should work or not. And maybe, some of them, the answer is, you know what, this maybe is a use case, but for some reason we decide to not cover it well. But I'm saying this because I think it's a possible outcome. Like it's not. I'm not saying that what I decide to put in there is guaranteed to be, the ultimate truth or what is important or not. But I will obviously try to make an effort to pick relevant stuff to put in there and not random crap. But that said, it's still up to debate after that. So it's to help basically Andrew and the rest of the core team reason about async stuff. Because as I said, it's easy to lose track of this, and async is not the only thing that's going on in the Zig ecosystem. I have the luxury of being able to focus on it more maybe than others. So I'm doing my part. Okay, so, and you know what? We can do this at this point. Let's put a countdown for it. Bork, AFK, let's say 2 hours. 2 hours from now, which is going to be 3 p.m. Maybe let's do 2 hours 30. 2 hours 30 to be safe. 2 hours 30. Does Bork support this? It does. Okay. 2 hours 30 dash T Zig Async IO use cases. There we go. Okay, so we put a countdown. Basically, this is kind of when we're gonna start that work. So if for some reason you really care about that and you don't care about anything else, then you know what? It bothers me that C is lowercase. There we go. So if you're only interested in that stuff, now you know when you can turn the stream back on, and you can skip the boring initial part. Okay, let me go get the tea. Okay, ready to start. So, what's our first step? First step is closing some tabs. How about we do that? Yeah, I had a bunch of tabs open. Oops. Okay, let's keep the bigger font size. It's fine. Maybe this one is preferable. So exit. Okay, this is gonna be our font size. So where do we go? We're going to Zine. Now here's the thing. Right now, Zine is depending on Zig 015. And that's kind of old. We should update. The problem is, how do our dependencies hold in that regard? Well, you know what? I think that if flow syntax doesn't need to update, we're gonna stay where we are. For now, there's nothing for us to gain by updating version of Zig. Eventually, we'll want to introduce async await in Zine, in some places, at least in one place for sure. Rest I don't know. But for now, let's have our dependencies. Let's wait until our dependencies force our hand. So for this reason, we do Zig up 0.15.2. Okay. So next thing, Zig fetch neurosite flow syntax. Let's see what we got. Existing dependency name flow syntax is up to date. Interesting. That means that neurosite did work on a branch, I guess. What have I done wrong? Resolve commit 6992. Existing dependency name flow syntax is up to date. Is this a bug? I think this is a bug. It did update it. So I think they should say updating existing dependency or something like this. I think this is a bug in an old version of Zig. Weird. In any case, we have that. Does the zoning flow syntax say anything? It's 0.15. Okay, so if that is correct, then we should be good. So we just have a new two-seater dependency. So Zig build, we can just Zig build Zine and see where that leads us. I still cannot believe that all these two-seater grammars occupy 100 megabytes of memory. That is absolutely insane. we're gonna need to do something about this. Like eventually, we're gonna need to do something about receiver because current status quo is untenable. Okay, so we have updated, so we can do this. We can go to Ziggy Lang. We can run Zin in here. Take a look locally, and what do you know? This guy is now syntax aligned correctly. For comparison, this is the website right now. Where is it? This is the website online. This is the local version. I think I have also some CSS changes locally. But yeah, I guess the question is, should these guys be blue, purple, or whatever they are, and these guys yellow, or should it be the other way around? I'm actually not sure. So let me show you what I mean. I guess we can do this maybe. Can we go console and like pause execution of all JavaScript? Clear console. No, we have to go in sources. Open file, run commands. There we go. Here, I think we have paused everything. Maybe. I don't know. I was hoping that we could get like 2 pages that are like one is frozen, the other one updates, so that we can do A/B testing between the previous version. But we'll see. So highlight.css. In Ziggy, we have constant like yellow and field blue. So the idea is to swap these two around. So this combination here. Okay, somehow we kind of succeeded. Maybe that I don't know if it actually worked because of what I did, or it's something else that's making it work, like a bug or something. But in any case, this is the difference. I'm curious, what do people think? This one or this one? Blue identifier version looks nice. Wait, what's identifier? Okay, field or enum. So that would be blue enum. Field, blue field. Okay. So we have one vote for blue field. Blue field over yellow field. So I'm gonna show you also what the document below would look like. Yeah, to be fair, I get it. Honestly, having more like visual color distance between struct fields and dict keys, I think it's nice. I think it's preferable. Okay, blue fields it is. So I'm gonna undo the changes here. Blue fields it is. So I think I actually succeeded. I think this is correct. What this is stuck to the old thing. This is the new thing. Okay, so Rest of the core team joining later? No, they are not going to be joining, but it is work that I'm doing specifically for the benefit of the discussion around async. I'm assuming crypto code that you weren't here when I mentioned this earlier, so I'll explain it again. So the idea is this. The design of async is not fully done yet. There are some aspects that still require some design hammering work, and having compelling use cases help the discussion. The problem with async is that it's easy to, unless you have like a very strong grip on it, it's easy to get confused about stuff. So what happens is that whenever people stop thinking about it, even just for a little bit, the quality of the discussion immediately degrades, and you have to put in some effort to get back on top of the issue again, be on top of remember everything that you knew and understood, and then make progress. So basically what I'm gonna do is, what happened is that yesterday Andrew returned from his trip, and we had a discussion about my implementation of IO threaded, which I told him to take a look at, and consider merging into master branch, or rather consider as the baseline for whatever new work he wants to do. Which then should be merged in master branch, because what we have in master branch right now is unsound. And as part of that, I was talking about some use cases that I explored on my own in the meantime. But it basically, the point is that it is valuable to have one place where these things are written down precisely. Like there's like use cases, compelling use cases, with what they would need requirements that would need to be met to fulfill those use cases, so that then discussion can jump off of those starting points. More specifically, I'll show this later once I get to it. But more specifically, I identified a couple of relevant use cases that I think would be very nice if we could fulfill. That specifically relate to cancellation. So async cancellation async is already a Pandora's box. Async cancellation is a Pandora box inside of a Pandora box. So that's basically what's going to be the focus of the first things that I'm going to put in there. And so the idea is that I write down these code samples, I add some comments explaining what exactly the thing is trying to do, and then we use that as a point for discussion and how to implement certain things. More specifically, in my opinion, there is a piece missing from async cancellation currently that I think would need to be added for it to be, better. But I think there are multiple ways of going at it, at least at a high level, and it's not clear what is the best implementation or, what the trade-offs would be. So I think that's going to be something that Andrew will need to explore first and foremost. So this is going to be basically work that I'm doing to support his work. So ideally, we write these use cases, and then he can look at them and kind of use them as, tests that need to pass. Or rather, it's not guaranteed. Obviously, there's a discussion can be had and say, well, you know what, this use case, we decide to not cover it because this should be done a different way. So that's obviously one legitimate way of looking at it. But whatever sticks, then we can use as a kind of a unit test for the async implementation. There we go. Hello, GRG. Okay, so here we have good sense of lighting. By the way, do these show up as different things? This is a constant, and this is also a constant. Okay, so they don't show up as two separate things. I mean, that's on me. I could obviously tweak the grammar to make them different, but I think it's fine. By the way, for people who haven't seen it yet, this is the debut of union syntax in tagged union syntax in Ziggy. It looks like Zig function calls, which is not the same thing, but well, it's like it's a decoliteral function call. Zig does not use this notation for union cases, but we do in Ziggy, because in Ziggy we want to have visual separation between a struct that has a single field that you nest into versus a union. We do not confuse the two things. This is important for Ziggy. So we break away from Zig syntax, just like we break away from Zig syntax when it comes to like lists, for example, here. Okay, so this is good. Our next step now is going to be to make a zine release. So the thing about zine releases is that it requires us to do some work, because we need to we have some changes that I think we're not part of our release yet, so we're going to need to push those. Also, you know what, this might be an opportunity to look at the zine repository and see if there are like issues that we should look at or PRs that we should look at. We're not going to do any major changes. So anything that would require design work, we're not going to merge for sure. Feature requests, support for taxonomies. Oof. Feature requests, support for bidirectional links, backlinks like Zola. I mean, I don't see what the point of saying like Zola is, but fine. Should zine init format files with super HTML? Yeah, it should. Okay, you know what? That's a good moment to do it then. cd source / CLI / init, and we can do super HTML fmt dot. Layouts blog. This style becomes style with this level of indentation. Oh, Jesus. I think this thing is showing me tabs as like gigantic things. Oh, no. Like a tab is like 8 spaces according to this div tool. Jesus Christ. Can you customize tab size? Git div tab width. Global call pager less dash x1 comma 5. Jesus Christ, man. This has nothing to do with git diff. Git diff actually renders a tab which is later converted by your terminal emulators to spaces. Wait, it's Ghosty? Am I getting betrayed by Ghosty? Is that what you're saying? I think we're talking about some other type of tabs first. Window height, window width. I don't think there's a tab width thing. Shell integration. No, macOS Windows stuff, title bar, shortcuts. GTK title bar. Hello, new pointer. I think I'm getting lied to. This might be hard to believe, but I suspect that Stack Overflow was not telling me the truth. So apparently you can change this in the pager. So I'm guessing it's the pager that is doing this work. You can always do tab -4 tabs. Wait, what is that thing? Usage tabs. Man tabs. What the fuck is tabs? Set terminal tabs. Oh. That did not have much of an effect here. There's this. Oh, okay. It doesn't copy. Git config global core.pager. Actually, what is it? No, bro, you need to tell me what it is. How do I read a config? Or I guess this is doing it. Okay, so this was reading it. It's just not set. Okay, so it's global core pager and then less -x4. There we go. That worked. We now have 4 space wide tabs. So this was the previous CSS, which was like kind of indented at random, kind of. Now we get proper indentation. That works for me. And then this other chunk here. So this also got indented with tabs. Everything seems fine. I'm just looking that this thing is not like nuking content for no reason. And apparently there is also a new line at the end of the file, so that makes the git diff thing happy. Some more style, some more stuff there. This all seems fine. We can test this, by the way. We can test that it works. Yeah, so far so good. Okay, so far so good. Your status. We can Zig build, right? Yeah. So Zig build. We can also Zig build test. I don't know if those files were tested, or I think there were no tests for that. Yeah, so this works. What are you building? I'm building a bunch of stuff. Right now I'm working on a static site generator called Zine. This is the website if you're interested. I'm changing the default template that you get from it. Oh, this moves us away. Okay, this all seems good enough. Blog. Yeah, this all seems good. So we probably haven't worked anything. Tests pass. So far, so good. So Okay, so we have fixed that issue. So we can put that one later on that we're closing 181 as well. Add method like you use server. We're not going to do that now. Attempting to use index page does not work. This might be a bug that we should fix. So this is not really a ton of design work, hopefully. But yeah, we should do this. I think we can solve this by adding link.site to basically act the same as this. Although we'll be adding this and not testing it properly, probably. Okay, so let's reproduce. We have well, we created a empty website here, so let's do this. So I'm in blog, and in blog, I want to, like, in second post, I want to add a link to the homepage. How do we do that? Error, unknown page. Oh wait, I think the quotes are not needed. Boom, integer overflow. Holy shit. Which also, I think I know why this happens. So this is well, this is clearly bad, and we should solve this. So how do we do this? I think this should work though. This should work and point at the index file at the root directory. Like the fact that this gives us an integer overflow, I think this is bad. Like then we can discuss what the like Zig specific thing should look like, but this should work. We have index also in the root directory, so yeah. Also, this is disappointing that we don't have stack traces. Well, we don't have like good stack traces. This is bad. This is bad, but this is because I'm still using Zig 015.2, which has this stuff borked on macOS, unfortunately. In any case, this broke as we were parsing. So we called integer overflow in strip training slash. Ooh. Okay, I did not know what this was. Parser run script. So AST parser run script is in it's in SuperMD. This might need us to make an update to SuperMD. Okay, you know what? Since we do have time, so this is I don't know, exciting. Let's go fix this. This needs to work. Well, not this version with the quotes, but the unquoted version needs to work. It also surprises me that with the quotes it means something, but I guess that's a markdown quirk more than anything else. So okay. So step one, we go into Zine. We go into our zone file. We go into Super Markdown. And we change that to a local version. Hello, Devin. So we do this. We go into SuperMD. We pull in case there's something to pull. Although, yeah, I didn't think so. Everything should be fine for us here. So the next thing we do is you missed the first N, maybe. Dev Ninja. Yeah, I probably did. So go into AST, function parse. There's no function parse. Wait, what were we looking at? Oh no, it's just parser run script. So in run script, we are stripping the training slash. So we're saying if source 0 is a slash, then we do tokenize scalar from one dot dot, but we don't account for the case where this might be just a slash. So let's see what this does. Actually, this is fine because tokenize scalar one dot. So this one dot dot can be done. The problem is that its strip training slash doesn't work because it says if the last element is a slash, then return that. But go to sports. Okay, enjoy sports. So if there is a single slash, we shouldn't do that. If path.len is 1, wait a second. Wait a second. We're calling strip training slash, and if there is no pound sign, we do or else empty string. So tokenize scalar on this guy. This whole logic is sus. This whole logic is sus. This whole logic is sus. And then after that, we have to deal with the page path resolution. So there's also going to be a second part that we need to look into. But what this thing is trying to achieve is very suspicious. So we're trying to we want to strip, we want to break on the link ref, which is this guy. So I think I should have called it hash instead of ref. But anyway, there's too many things called ref. So we cut on this. We know that the tokenized scalar will return us one thing for sure, because the thing starts with a slash, and then we skip it also. We also skip it. I am so freaking confused about this code. Is the async block back in Zig? The async block? Hello, Danik. There used to be an async keyword. The async keyword could be used when you were calling a function, but it was never like a block. Async blocks are, I don't know, maybe they're a Rust thing, maybe they're like a F# thing. I don't know. They were never a thing in Zig for sure. In any case, the keyword is gone. Now there is an async function, so it's not part of the language. And you can do async, but it's not a block. Hey, so delicious. Async block is a Rust thing. Nice. Okay, so we need to revisit this logic. With this logic, what we're trying to do is separate the path from a potential ref, and the path needs to not have a trading slash. These are the things that we want to see happen. And I think that this code is doing a poor job at it, like a really poor job at it. So, question number 1. Question number 1, we need to split. Using tokenized scalar doesn't work. We need to split. This is not a tokenization case. This is a splitting case. And we need to see if there is something before the slash and something after. Also, I think, we are purposely doing this something from 1. So we are purposely trying to put an empty path in here. We're purposely trying to put an empty path in here because we do kind absolute. So, okay. So I need to also then double check with the code that receives this data and does the resolution, because we need to double check that our that we're matching, that the expectations are matching on both ends of this thing. But in any case, so we're trying to put an empty string in path if the path itself is just a slash. We are like straight up doing that. And that is fine. Then, though, here we're doing strip trading slash on what we expect to be the first part. So definitely it's not tokenized scalar. This is split scalar. Then I would do it like this. Const row path or path row. Path row is it.next. And const ref is it.rest. With the only problem that this rest is going to return an empty string instead of null, and I suspect that this guy wants null, not an empty string. Let's worry about this later, though. So here we have the path row, row with an A, path row. Path row, we want to split from it. So we want to do, is this optional? This should not be optional. This should be first. So we know that it is present. Problem is strip trading slash. It's not actually length 1, the problem. The problem is length 0. Uh, so if path has len 0, then this was failing. We don't want to fail anymore. So this needs to work. Now the problem is ref. Because right now we're not saying whether it is present or not, but we can do next, I guess. And that works. I guess next should be fine in this case then. So first and next we do. This is not very different from what I did before though. But it is split instead of tokenized. So I think that is important. So this works. I think we have improved on this side, and this should allow us to avoid having issues. Let's see. Could Zin reload.js technically be thought to pull delta updates on page changes? Yes, it could. Since Zin outputs a really precise HTML structure, if one character is changed, just update the inner HTML of that node, etc. No, it could definitely be done. The problem is this would behave weirdly if you have any form of JavaScript running in the page. Like if you have some like JavaScript rendering, then like you load the page and then the JavaScript fills out a widget on one side of the page. Then the Delta update would break that stuff potentially, or well, I would say potentially, but also like it would be very likely that you end up breaking that stuff. So Zin has not crashed now. We have homepage, and it does link to the homepage. Okay, so we have succeeded. We have solved that crash. That is good. What about scripty syntax though? Because I think that the person is right in saying that there is no scripty syntax equivalent to this. So let's attempt Ziggy syntax and let's see what happens. We expect a failure. Or maybe not. Wait, there's something else going on. Oh, there we go. We didn't save. Scripted path must be relative. Path must be relative. Okay. Wait, what is this then supposed to be? You know what? Let's take a look at the reference docs. Reference, link, URL, asset, site asset, build asset, page. Sibling. Okay, so the slash is not okay. So all those links need to be relative. The paths need to be relative. empty string is not allowed. So right now, $page just cannot do it. $page just cannot link to the site. Okay. And that is because we want relative links also here. So we either accept the empty page, we either change $page to only accept absolute paths, which I don't think we should. or we add another function called like dot site, for example, link dot site. I think link dot site is not a bad idea. So we leave it as is, and then we add link dot site, which links to the site. That seems not a bad idea. So I think this is something that we do in SuperMD. Is it AST or something else? I think it's context. There we go. Link has these ones. So I think we should have like site basically. Okay. There are link dot site. So I think it should be this. Site takes in an optional string, description, set the location of this directive to the home page, the site's homepage. Period. Can we reflow these guys? No, we can't. Oh man. The only optional argument is the localcode for multilingual websites. Multilingual says the local defaults to the same locale as current content file. That's it. Maybe this is fine. Ref empty versus null. No, empty. Okay. Although we did have validate path validation error cannot be empty, but that is what the user inputs, not what we accept or not accept. So I think this is fine. Okay, so we have this. What else do we need to implement? I think this is it. Well, I mean, assuming that we didn't make mistakes. So let's build Zin and see what happens. How deeply are you involved into the SCD lib development? I'm asking since I provided a possible fix for the issue I'm having with SCD IO group async. And /3, is that the number of arguments of async? IO function arguments, yes. And I'm unsure about if the error union should be passed back to the caller. If the error union should be passed back to the caller. Async. Oh, this is group async. This is not async. I think the group async can only fail with out of memory, I think. Actually, you know what? I'm not even sure. No, I think that IOTA group should not. The error union. I don't think that group should async should return an error union. Here it is void. Well, wait. This is wait. Where are we? Okay, there we go. Yeah, no, it returns void. So async just does not return any error. Not even the vtable function returns any error. Unknown ref. Okay, so nice. It complains about the unknown ref. That's good. So this works. We should test this in a multilingual page, but website. But I think this works. But the fact itself does add call for a user-defined function. Um, oh, I see. Well, here's the problem. Okay. Your function needs to be, the function that you pass to group needs to be a function that returns void. So group by its nature, like you should not pass a function to group that has a return value that is an error union. Your function needs to return void. If you have any error handling that has to happen somewhere, you have to do it inside that function. That is because group doesn't, it's a way of like you're managing a group of functions all at once, without having to keep around each individual future. Like you get rid of all those individual futures, and so you're not going to have a way of grabbing back the return value of each function that you put in a group. They kind of all conceptually get blended together. So that's why you cannot return a value from it, from that function. So long story short, maybe maybe that code should guard better and complain in a more clear way if you try to pass something that has a return value. But yeah, no. Uh-uh. Groups are for void functions. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Uh, I'll take a lunch break soon. So yeah, we added link.site. That is nice. I think this mirrors the situation with Super HTML, because in Super HTML, I believe you still do $site dot link or something. The issue actually did explain this nicely. Were we here? Yeah. Yeah, side of page. I think this is fine. Maybe some extra testing would be nice, but even if we added this in a way that I would expect this to only break on multilingual pages for whatever reason. But no, I think it's fine. No, you know what? I'm actually fairly confident that it's fine. Looking at the previous code path, we're happy with this. Okay. So with this, we can look at super MD, which is here. Git status, git diff. So we fixed this thing. Definitely made it better. Introduced site, implemented site. That's really it. Oh, this website needs to change to site. Or not, whatever. Okay. Out of bounds, yeah. Git push. Then we can go into Zine. You can do Zig patch Christoph IT slash supermd and update supermd. We can run our test suite to make sure that we didn't break stuff horribly. Success. So that's another issue that we solved. There's this one, setting and resetting the drafting formatter crashes in development server. That one we want to fix, but I'm not gonna fix it now. I think this is gonna be like the moment where it's gonna be a good opportunity to fix this bug is when we work on the web server and introduce I'll get there one sec and introduce async. The kind of multiple spaces will be displayed as a single space, but the browser instead the scene does not convert them into NBSP. While existing NBSP entities are preserved as is. I mean, well, this should not be text. This should be HTML. I'll leave it a command for this person. Okay, so for now, I think this is gonna be it for now. So I'm gonna go have lunch now. When I come back from lunch, I will. So it's gonna take like 15 minutes, not more than that. When I return, we're gonna publish this stuff. Thank you. So we're gonna publish this stuff, and then we're gonna move to. Well, no, we have an hour and a half still, so we're gonna maybe do some more Zine work. And you know what? Actually, the release will take a while in any case because we also have to update the Zine website. We should probably also tweak the documentation to reflect the latest changes, and then after that we do the async use cases stuff. So I don't know. See you in a few minutes. I'm not gonna put a countdown dedicated to this so that we can keep this one up. I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. I'm gonna get some tea in a minute, but yeah, it's brewing, but kind of done with lunch. So, thank you. What are we doing? We have two issues to. We have to make a comment. We have two issues to close. I noticed that my workflow, uh, my Super MD workflow failed on GitHub. We failed our test. We did not. Why is SuperMD failing on GitHub? Why is this browser doing this to me? Holy shit, 6 issues, 1 pull request, 1 failed build. Wait, was I failing like my builds forever because I never fucking updated mlog setup Zig. Okay, so that explains it. Let's go fix that. Okay, update CI. What's in here? Add rel attribute to link. This is probably part of a feature that spans also Zine. So this is explained in the docs. Hmm. Wait, is this a PR that I already merged? Hmm. Can you do lines? Oh yeah. So this I merged already, so I can close this. Did we get another CI failure? Um. Oh, he's ready. Hmm. All right. One sec. I'll go get the tea. Okay. So I think SuperMD is in good shape now. Perfect. You can fetch it again from Zine. Yeah, there we go. Overriding existing dependency named SuperMD. That's what I was expecting. Okay. Okay, so this is a good package for a new release. Not a huge release, but a release nevertheless. And I think that this can be a 0.2, 0.11.2. Okay. We can do this GA source, GC, format, Zine, init, templates with SuperMD, Super HTML. Closes. Let's go back to Zine. Or wait, I was doing it here. How did you get the diff into git commit? I think it's -v. -v adds it's like the verbose thing where there's more context, more information in here, and that includes the diff. $181. Git push. Then GA build.z on. Okay, SuperMD flow syntax. Update flow syntax and SuperMD. Now, there's some docs, but the docs exist on the website. So here, there's nothing else we can do. Well, I shall see. Hey, road GPA. Thank you. I think it's site.link. Let's double check that this is a thing and we're not lying about it. Docs, super HTML reference, $site. Yeah, link. Oh, wait, I think this fixes a bug also. Or rather, closes an issue, to be more precise. $179. There we go. Whoop. So now it's time to make a release. We have also bumped up the version already. So all we need to do is make a tag for it. And make a tag for it and do the release work. So git tag v0.11.2 git push. Actually, you know what? Before we do this, let's do a Zig build release. Let's see if actually and remove releases, start from scratch. Let's enjoy also the 100% CPU usage. Holy shit. Can't say that we are wasting hardware, huh? So we're building releases for all the targets: Linux, x86, ARM, Windows, x86, I think also ARM. Man, the fact that Windows ARM exists is such an unfortunate thing. Anyway, Mac also, although Mac is only ARM because x86 Mac is old, kind of obsolete. And I think that support for it is kind of like, it is at the very least, I mean, it's not officially supported by Zig anymore, I think. So it's, I don't know, it's degrading. So might regress. I don't know. I don't want to support it myself either at this point. So yeah. And the reason why I want to do the build before pushing is because I remember seeing a build failure on when targeting Windows using known folders, I think, or something like that. And I wanted to see if this was present in here as well or not. So we're building. Oh, we got a CI workflow run failure on CI. God damn it. Windows tests have failed. What? Well, talk about Windows, huh? Okay, so we have made a release. Now, let's see what the heck is going on CI. Oh, we've been failing for a while now. Wait, we've been failing. I bet you that we've been failing on Windows for a long time now. What is the problem, Windows? Unable to unpack tarball to temporary directory. Oh, you know what this is? I think this is a Zig regression on Windows. So I think it does not concern us. So we're good. Git push tags. Now we need to make change log. So code new release, draft a new release, v0.11.2. Well, blah blah blah. Wait, isn't there to be? Didn't it used to have like some kind of button that will show you differences in here? No, it never did, huh? It's okay. Duplicate this tab. Go in code. We go in the last release and 8 commits since this release. So let's see what we did in those 8 commits. Oldest to newest. No. Yes. Oldest to newest. Okay. Fixed rendering of absolute path alts in SMD files. Okay, so the way this works is that we're going now to the Zing website. We're going into YAML. We're changing this to 0.2, which doesn't exist yet, but it will. Then we go into Cloudflare pages. We update this to 0.2. We go into GitHub pages. We update this to 0.2. In the future, I'll make sure to make this better. But do you use refined GitHub browser extension? No, I didn't even know that was a thing. Do you have a link to it? What does it do? Okay, now we can go to the log. So now we can make a new entry and we start working on the new release change log. Last was in July. Now it's November. Oof. It's been a few months, huh? This release fixes some bugs that were discovered since the last and does not introduce any and well, should not require any change. I guess that's my point. And it should not require any change for existing websites that did not. Well, I guess I was about to say that did not experience any of these bugs that we did fix, but I guess we can leave that implicit. The next release will merge a new version of Ziggy, the data language used in Super MD front matters, that instead will introduce well, then instead we'll require you to change your content files. So brace for impact. Well, for upcoming impact. In exchange, though, has improved a lot, and you will finally be able to get good, actually great code intelligence from the intelligence, which will help you well, get your front matters right. More on that next release. Fixes. Okay. Fix rendering of absolute paths in SMD files. Zig build serve step should respect Zine source path options. Okay. So this is done. Zig build handle relative build asset paths. This is not important because this is relative to the Zig upgrade, so people have not observed this as a bug. It's only a bug that you would experience if you had like if you're using an unstable build of Zine. Remove all the WebSocket implementation, right? Windows doesn't need the workaround anymore. That's fine as well. Format Zine init template files with super HTML. Yeah. They flow syntax and super MD. Okay. Uh, um, let's put it this way: Zintempli files were created back before Super HTML had good auto formatting support. Uh, Resulting in a bunch of code moving around. If you saved moving around when you saved the file for the first time using a new build of HTML with more refined auto formatting behavior. Now the uh, now the template files embedded in Zine have been formatted. Giving you a better out of the box experience. Linking to the site homepage. It's okay, Danny. Linking to the site homepage from Super MD was completely broken because of a bug. And well, more than completely broken, was impossible. That's what we should say. Was impossible because of a bug and because of a missing feature. You can now use either vanilla syntax or explicit scripty syntax. Okay, so this works. This is a good changelog, so I honestly don't have much to say other than this is nice. This is nice. Now we can go in here. We can paste this if we want. And then the full release notes. Log 2025 11 21st. I think that's how it is. That's how the links are, right? Oh no, it's the version number that goes into the hash. Okay, that makes sense. I haven't touched this stuff in a while. Well, I think this is how it is. Next, we do open releases, drag and drop. Publish the release. Let's push the website. We can update the docs later, I think. Actually, not exactly. Zig build docgen. Is this gonna work? Of course it won't. Why would it? Sosayo has no member buffer writer. Fuck. It's okay. So the way we make it work is this. Look at docgen. Buffered writer. Holy shit. This is old code. Actually, no. We launch it from where it should be launched, which is here. Except type IO of writer found const IO writer. Oh. Oh. Generic function is associated here. Specify F. Oh, Jesus. So much stuff that needs to be updated. Yeah. So this is fine. This is fine. This, I think, is all fine. This might not be fine. This is fine. Okay. This is probably not fine. Signature. examples, description, signature. So this is an app, I think now. Let's see. Oh, there's more. Of course, there's more. W print value 700. Wait, what? Oh, no, okay. 45. Hey, two-step. Yeah, I know. Memory function expected 3 arguments. Found 1. Oh, right. Also, my implementation of FM format needs to change. So this is the new format that has only this. That's it. There's another format though, somewhere. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, doc types. There we go. I did remember this. Evaluation exceeded a lot of backwards branches. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Dog types 15. Actually, this is a lot. How the heck do we end up having this so much trouble? Are we like looping forever? I think we might be looping forever. What are we doing wrong? P.link. I don't know. I don't know what's causing us to loop more than we should. On my end, I should not have done anything specific that should cause this trouble. One zero S. I forgot to replace. T. These are all fine. Oh, you're right. Thank you. But this is inline while fmt dot len and fmt I different than curly. I think we are looping on something that is just too long, and we're doing something wrong with it somehow. Like this eval branch quota is wrong because we're doing something dumb about it, which I'm not entirely clear about. Okay, out of curiosity, if I comment this out, are we happy now? We're still not happy. So that is not the thing. Okay, so this is not what's causing trouble, which makes sense because these are all like write all. These are all calls to write all. So the question is, where are these guys being used? And it's in docgen. Two places. One is here and one is here. And this one is examples, description. And this has to do with signature. Okay, so this is it. Oh shit, I don't know where I'm going. So this is it. And somehow we are looping forever with this. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking this might be a bug in I think this might be a bug in how we do in the standard library. Like how can this be this? How can this end up exceeding 106,000 eval branches? Like what the heck? How? Also, why are we doing certain things at comp time? Well, no, I guess we have to because some things are some navigation that we're doing is comp time specific. Calling the wrong format, but the point is here there is no format. These are all strings. Like here I'm printing the same string a couple times. What if what happened is just that this regressed? Well, I mean, this one is also causing trouble. Huh. Yeah, I really don't know. You can try increasing that limit even more. I guess that was it. Hmm. Well, there we go. Okay. So we'll see how that goes. Yep, blue check mark. Purple, there it is. No, here. Yeah, success. Okay, so we made a new release, and yeah, it definitely looks a lot more than the past. So, oh well. As long as I'm able to increase the branchable quote on my end, I'm happy. Uh, okay, so new zine, new release. We did everything that we needed to do for a new zine release. Um, let's upgrade now the Ziggy website. Okay, so we can exit this. Hopefully, we can exit this. We can exit this. We can exit this. Super MD bar Ziggylang. That's what we cared about. We say that we want 0.2. Okay. And now we wait for this website to update as well. Right on time, by the way. We ended up doing the work precisely on time to be ready for the async stuff. Hey, Neuroside. Hello. There we go. There we go. I just merged all this stuff in Zine, made a new release, and here's the new Ziggy stuff. Added a bunch of minor bug fixes to Zine, so we made a new. Basically, now there's a new release of Zine. That shouldn't be too bad. So you can, I don't know, if you never encountered, hello Calder, if you never encountered any bug in Zine and like your website is fine, you don't need to update. But this is the last, any breaking changes? No, not this time. The next one, the next release is going to be super breaking because we're going to update Ziggy. But this one has bug fixes, new three-seater grammars from the latest version of Flow syntax, and that's it pretty much. So it should be easy peasy. Fix the crash. Okay, so this is Ziggy. This is the new color scheme where we ended up having enums be yellow, fields be blue, numbers are purple. I have to be honest, from my perspective, this one and this one, they're kind of the same thing. Core team coming in on a few. I'm sorry that I made this fake expectation from people. No. The core team is not coming in a few. I mean, I don't know. Maybe somebody will join chat if they want to, but I'm not planning any stream event with the core team. What I'm gonna do, I'll explain it now, since in any case it's coming up in a few minutes, and we're done with the current work. So here's how it's gonna work. Also, we can say that this is done. So here's how it's going to work, or the whole motivation. What happened is that Andrew came back yesterday. We chatted about async stuff, and I was catching him up to speed with the latest, stuff that I've done / looked into. And I think most importantly, I made an implementation of io.threaded that doesn't deadlock, because the one that currently is in master branch can be made, it can deadlock because it has a soundness problem. Like async, specifically io.async is unsound in that implementation. So I made a different implementation that doesn't deadlock. And I was running him through the changes that I made and why, in my opinion, that is, well, I mean, what are the important properties that we need to guarantee, whatever the final implementation ends up look like. And then I showed him the stuff that I was doing with OK Redis, and we started discussing cancellation. The problem is, cancellation is not, in my opinion, fully designed. I think it needs a piece of key functionality that is currently missing that could be implemented, I think, in a variety of ways. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a obvious one preferable way over all the others. I don't know. But in any case, I do think there's one piece missing. And so I was showing Andrew a couple of use cases that I had come up with to support this kind of design work, and he suggested to make a repository that basically contains those, which is a good idea because it's easy to forget bits and pieces of how async works and start getting confused about things. And so every time there's every time you kind of let go of async for a moment, you need to take a moment also to grab the concept back and firm it and hold it firmly into your hand, because it's hard to hit the ground running once you've stopped looking into async for a while. Andrew was traveling, so he didn't think about it for a bit, and sometimes there's also discussions even on Zulip where, you know, somebody asks a question looking at things in a different way, and it's not maybe. They start making you they start making you question yourself about whether you understand this thing or not. So like you need to be careful, and having these footholds, like having use cases that you can use as a starting point to reason about things, helps a lot. So So I'm making a repo with some of these things. I was thinking of making an issue maybe, but I think having a repo, at least for now, is a good idea. And then we'll see. So long story short, that's what I'm doing. I'm now going to look at a handful of use cases. I'm going to implement them. I'm going to take the use cases that I've implemented for my Redis client. I'm going to make it agnostic. So I'm going to make it like a hello world version of it. And then I'm going to implement something that looks vaguely like a web server that is handling web requests. And then I'm going to use that to reason about cancellation. Most importantly, if you're into async stuff, this will be an interesting chunk of stream for you, because I will be doing some, genuinely ground up async work, and then we can look at how cancellation relates to these things, and then we can I don't know. In my case, the final artifact will be the repository that then can be read by other people, most importantly, people in the core team, so that they can, quickly see that the use case is available or not. That can be also a discussion, but that can be used to reason about other stuff. So, yeah. So, long story short, we have released new zine. So let's go do that. I also think I'm gonna nuke all Nix support from my projects. I don't understand, to this day, I still don't understand what is there to gain by having Nix integration in my Zig projects. And unless people from the use Nix really can do a good job of convincing me, I think any Nix or anything Nix related is gonna go away. And if somebody wants to package this stuff for Nix, then they'll do that externally, and probably they should do that off of tagged releases, not off of the source code. That's what I'm thinking. So long story short, the package should just download a pre-built version of Zine, not to do anything other than that. Yo, 24 people. 24 people put an emoji reaction. That is funny. Okay. So, how is this going to work? Let's make a new repo. GitHub.com. Of course, this thing is sending me to a random page every single time. New repository. Async examples. Well, async use cases. Let's go with async examples. Some async use cases worth considering when designing Zig's async IO. Choose visibility, public, add readme, off, on. Why do they keep changing? Why do they keep changing this fucking thing? It was fine as it was before. Dude. Hello, Bifredo. Good afternoon. License. UPL. MIT. Wait, there's no UPL? Are you joking? GitHub doesn't have support for the EUPL. So they keep tweaking this fucking menu, but no, the UPL we don't support that. Okay. Yeah, it's basically a MPL, but EU thing. Or rather, to be honest, I haven't done all the legwork myself, but I've heard it being described as basically equivalent to the Mozilla public license, uh, but without all the Mozilla fingerprints on it. And it probably has some other better and worse minor thing, but with licenses, everybody's like there. Oh my god, yeah, dude, oh my, this license has this tiny thing, and then I don't know. I've almost never seen that make any difference. But I'm sure in some situations those differences might be a thing. So who knows? Okay, async examples. So the interesting stuff will probably require a little bit of build up. I have in mind right now two interesting use cases. One is maybe we can start with an async MVP, and then we can say universal permissive license, but it's deprecated. No, I don't think it's this one. European Union public license. Okay. So here's the first use case that we want to support, which I believe it's available. I think we want TCP multiplex. So this is the first use case that we're going to look into. I think it's not going to be super interesting for people watching because if you watch some of the work that I've been doing with OK Redis, it's literally the same thing. It's just without the specificity of Redis. But this is a in my opinion a key point for understanding the next use case. So TCP multiplex. Okay, let's add some documentation. So what do we say? This example implements a multiplexed TCP connection. This this example implements a multiplex TCP connection. This is a simplified version of practice that is beneficial when, for example, sharing a single TCP connection. Actually, you know what? This is not even all that important to explain this way because this could still be something that we lock and unlock. You know what? This might not even be needed as a use case. Or we could We could add it here. Yeah, it's its own thing, basically. And actually, multiplexing can be done in a simpler manner. Yeah, so... No, okay. So here's how we tackle this. Let's turn this into the interesting example, and then we deal with advanced multiplexing afterwards. So because it's not necessary as a prerequisite. So move TCP multiplex to advanced TCP multiplex. We're gonna look into it later. So in the meantime, we do instead server cancellation, server cancel. Okay, server cancel Zig. This example is about the ability to cancel, say, the ability to cancel a a server request handling task without compromising a multiplexed connection. Key points. Cancellation should cancel a async task, an async task that only that dispatches all IO to other tasks, and thus that never unless that exclusively blocks on await rather than directly writing, reading, or sleeping, for example. Maybe we could even split those into multiple things so that it could be reasoned in isolation. Maybe there should be one where we just show that it's a problem if we always dispatch. You know what? Yeah. As a request that as I said in the later message, so cancel an async coroutine. We're gonna start calling those things coroutines. A coroutine that dispatches all IO to other coroutines. Oh god, this thing doesn't support the bang. It's okay. Okay. You can do where name type equals dot method. That's new to me. That has been a thing for a while now. But yeah, you can. Also, you know why this is not working? Because we have currently 0.15.2. So Zig up back to 0.16. Server cancel. Okay. Then we do var future equals io.ace.concurrent. io.concurrent. Guess the function can be loop a lot. And loop a lot. Loop a lot takes we give it any arguments. Well, we pass in IO. And then we do defer future.cancel. And then we do future.await. And this is actually, I think, a try. Loops a lot. So loop a lot, IO, void, actually error void. Okay. Does Zin have its own Markdown parser now? If so, would it be useful as a library for the Z projects? It does not have a Markdown parser yet. I'm sorry. It still uses CMark. When it has its own, will it be useful for other Zig projects? Maybe. But the answer is that you will have to make the explicit decision to opt into SMD instead of just Markdown. The syntax will be mostly the same, but it will not be a one-to-one. So, for example, you will purposely opt into the Super Markdown toolchain, browser editor extensions, LSP and whatnot, file extension, and Zig front matter if you have a front matter, that kind of stuff. Does cancel need to be deferred always, not deferred? The answer is that it doesn't matter in the sense that, yes, defer would make, in a sense, more sense, but the deferred is a defer that silently checks whether we're returning with an error or not. So, and I think that cancel also does the same. So long story short, Andrew explained this to me a while ago. I don't remember all the specific details, but he was saying that basically if you use defer, you're kind of you're avoiding doing a redundant check. And since cancel is idempotent, it's not wrong. It's never wrong, and it's slightly more efficient. So he was saying that this should be the preferred style. Again, I don't have a strong opinion either way. I should have written down the whole explanation, but I didn't. Sorry. In any case, the gist is what I just told you. Okay, actually, this we want to do different. Here we want to do this. I don't know how many else. Well, then cancel. That's how I'll leave it as, and then okay. Okay, so this is it. Loops a lot. Sir, loop a lot. Let's see if this works. Error union is ignored. Right. Okay, so here's the problem. Cancellation is doing nothing in this case. Because if you see, from main, we try to cancel loop a lot, but it keeps looping. That's not good. And but it doesn't. And here's the funny thing. If we change this with this, this instead will cancel correctly. And it does. What's the difference again? The difference is that io.concurrent creates a separate coroutine. So think of it as a separate heap allocation. Well, you know what? Since we're using io.threaded, in this case, let's think about io.threaded specifically. Some details may change depending on the implementation, but this, what I'm about to say, should hold through regardless. IO concurrent creates a separated thread that sleeps. While in this case, it's this thread that sleeps. So, sorry, maybe let me start from the top. We have the main function. The main function creates a threaded IO implementation. The threaded IO implementation creates a separate coroutine. That separate coroutine runs loop a lot. Loop a lot loops and sleeps. But the sleeping can be done in two different ways. One is direct sleeping. The other one is spawning another concurrent task, so another coroutine, and having that coroutine sleep. If we sleep directly and we get canceled, so here this future.cancel, this future is connected to the coroutine that is running loop a lot. So since we're canceling this, loop a lot, any IO that loop a lot does will return error.cancelled. And so if we were here sleeping, this sleep returns error.cancelled and everything bubbles up. But if instead we don't sleep this way and we sleep this way, which is not really sleeping, we're not really sleeping Here we are blocking on a mutex, waiting for another thread to complete its execution because we are awaiting the result from that thread. And whether that thread is sleeping or doing something else, reading from the network, it wouldn't matter. The point is that this is just a way of having this thing do work in the meantime. And the problem is that in this case, since the loop a lot coroutine never does any IO directly, it never observes the cancellation flag. And so it keeps looping until the end. So if we save it in this state, you will see that main cancels, but that doesn't stop loop a lot because loop a lot never observes the flag. While if instead we do this, then now the cancel actually does cancel loop a lot. So what is the problem in this case? Shouldn't await also return canceled? That is a good point. I think that is up to debate in the sense that whether how you make it work, I think it's up to debate. But I would say generally yes, I think so. But look at how right now future.await doesn't return an error. It just returns result. So you don't try await, or if you do try, you're unwrapping the original, well, you're unwrapping any error set that the function that you're calling has. You're not unwrapping error.canceled. I mean, in this case, error.canceled is part of the error set because I'm running iodo sleep, but I could be running another function that either doesn't have a return. Like if the function that I was running in here didn't have any return error set, if the return value wasn't an error union, then I wouldn't do try. I would just do future.await because future.await by itself cannot return an error. So this is the current state of things, and I agree it's problematic because the problem is that now loop a lot doesn't get canceled. If canceled is not in your set, then the operation is not able to be canceled, which is okay if it's explicit. Maybe. So you're saying that in that case, we shouldn't unblock the await. I personally think that in my opinion, I think that we should unblock the await no matter what. Well, you know what? There's more that I need to put down. So this is definitely one problematic point of the current implementation, though. So we start another coroutine and await its result. In this case, we're calling io.sleep inside of the spawned coroutine, but it doesn't really matter what it is that we do in there. What this is just a way of make it do work. So swap. Actually, we can do it like this. Okay, this is the first use case. I guess it's a question of error propagation. Yeah. Those should feature the cancel propagate the operation that is the feature is waiting on or not. That is another interesting question. In my opinion, it should not propagate. No. I think it should unblock our await, and it should unblock our await, but it should not cancel the other thing. And I have a motivating example for that. Let's see if I missed any other comment in the meantime. I'm not 100% sure if this is a use case for async, but I think it is. In C, you can use the preprocessor to parallelize a loop if there are no dependencies between iterations. Look, something like this. I think that by itself is not enough for me to consider it a use case. It's a thing that you might want to do, but as part of achieving some goal. But so I don't mean to say that there is a universal definition of what a use case is, and that you're wrong, you're dumb because you didn't fulfill that definition, and so your thing doesn't qualify. No. Depending on how you look at it, that could be a use case. Like from a language design perspective, that could be a use case. At the moment, what I am doing right now is looking at more concrete examples of, look, I want to do this thing. I want to obtain this end result, which I think we can all agree is necessary in the real world, and that there is no other like way of expressing the same thing if we want to use async await. Like there's no current way of doing this thing within async await, and so we need to fix this. In your case, what you're describing might make sense at the language level or something like that. Maybe it's something that it would be worth making easier to do, but it's not a thing where, well, if I don't give it to you, then you just are never going to be able to parallelize a for loop. Of course, you can do that already today with a thread pool, for example. You just dispatch to the thread pool. So that's not what I'm doing right now. I think there is a one size fits all async error cancel propagation. Yeah, that's why I think it should not propagate. In my opinion, this should not propagate. My point is that if you cancel loop a lot, this should not automatically cancel this other thing that was spawned by loop a lot. And I have a very good motivating use case for this. But I do think that this should give loop a lot the option of propagating the error if it thinks it's a good idea, or it should be allowed to resume waiting on this guy if it thinks instead this should not be canceled, and instead this should be run to completion. And then after that, loop a lot should then decide how to handle the cancellation, basically. The only thing that I feel like it's missing is that I think it should be unblocked from the await. And given what we have right now, being unblocked from the await because this other thing got canceled implicitly because the cancellation implicitly propagated into it. And so this immediately cancels itself and then returns error.cancel from this await. That would also be a way of achieving that. But because of another use case that I have in mind, I think that is not desirable. Here's another way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is that maybe you could argue that it's IODO concurrent also that should return an error. That should return an error.canceled. So you shouldn't be able to spawn new coroutines if you've been canceled, I think that's reasonable. I don't think that would be a full solution to the problem that we have here at hand, but I think that it's also another reasonable thing to think about. Okay, I think this is a good self-contained use case, presents the problem, suggests ways of reasoning about it, reasoning about the current implementation a little bit. Um, why did I put this in backticks? There, by propagating the cancellation implicitly to the awaited coroutine, or by just unblocking the call to await. Okay. I think this is a nice example, nice microcosmos. When do you think regular thread will still be used instead of IO? Um, so your question is when would you want to just manually spawn a thread? I think there are cases where you will want to manage threads manually. I think it's reasonable. Like you're making a game, you're making something where you're not doing. I think that the quintessential example of something that would benefit from async IO is a web server. In a web server, you kind of have like requests flying in kind of at random, and then you have to do a bunch of juggling of different connections from the clients with your database or whatever other thing you're connected to. And so you have to jump back and forth and make all this whole circus work. But there are other cases where there is no circus. There are other cases where everything is well organized. So, for example, you have a processing pipeline. You're doing some kind of simulation where there isn't the level of chaos that you have in a web server. Instead, that you do have things that happen at the same time, but they are very well synchronized. Because you have full control over the pipeline. And so in that case, it will be strictly preferable for you to just manage threads manually, be it directly one thread at a time or with a thread pool or a combination of those things. Might be some cases where even though you don't need all the power of async, it's still going to be convenient enough to use an IO implementation that gives you multi-threading, but the way I would think about it is that async IO is a higher level of abstraction on top of threads. Well, IO.threaded specifically, but you might want to still drop down to the lower level API Just like occasionally you do that also with other stuff like std.fs. It's a higher level API that gives you access to the file system, but occasionally you will still want to mess with lower level syscalls or whatnot. Not a lot, but it's still going to be a thing that somebody sometimes does. Maybe this server cancel. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so we have this. There's a more advanced version of this that deals with advanced TCP multiplexing. Maybe we should make a dedicated advanced TCP multiplexing example first. By the way, Zig would benefit greatly if you turn SED docs to statically generated site. That is an opinion. We have evaluated static docs in the past. We prefer the benefits from a more dynamic website. Those benefits are not fully realized yet because for example, right now the docs get generated on the fly in your tab because you have a piece of the Zig compiler that is running in WebAssembly in your browser. But you still don't have the full compiler. If you did have the full compiler, then you would be able to get even more nice stuff. Like, for example, being able to see in the docs how big is a given struct, given a given target. Even the ability to have some kind of playground that exists in your browser, in your tab, that you can play with locally. So not a, service like a web service of any kind. Plus a variety of other things that we already mentioned in the past. So no, we're not convinced that the ability to search it with the search engine isn't great. Agreed. That's why it has its own search bar. So shall we do advanced TCP multiplex? This one is going to be a little bit more involved. And I will have to steal some code from the Redis version. But we can do that, and then we can do advanced server cancel. Let's do advanced TCP multiplex. Or actually, no. Wait, what was he saying? No, because we don't need advanced TCP multiplexing to support the argument of server cancellation. So maybe advanced server cancel can be something that we put in the same file as the other one. Let me think about it for a second. Does it benefit? I think maybe server cancellation benefits from having everything in a single file. We can put it at the bottom of the current example. Okay, so to recap, what is my point? I guess I should open server cancel so people can see what I'm talking about. So my point is this. So we had just now this example. But for now, it doesn't seem important to preserve IO concurrent. Like it doesn't matter to you if you look at this. It doesn't matter whether we cancel this thing or not. Like you would be perfectly fine if this future.cancel try to cancel this And as part of the work to cancel this, it also canceled this guy, and that would be fine. But there is one legitimate example where this would not be fine. At least one. There's probably more than one, but at least one for sure. So if we imagine this being your web server, you know what? Maybe we can put it in here. Well, if you imagine this being your web server handler, so here we are handling a request from a client. And to handle the request from a client, we need to do a few database queries. Here's the problem. You don't want to interrupt a database query if the database query is using a multiplex TCP connection. So if this, instead of being a your concurrent sleep, was some kind of like database dot send or like I don't know, insert, for example, um, you don't want to cancel this, because canceling this, like hardcore canceling, as in the socket read returns error.cancel, is a problem, because it means that this guy is unable to read its own response, which leaves random bytes on the connection. And if that connection is multiplexed with other coroutines, like everybody is putting their command and then waiting to read their response, now there's random bytes in there that should have been consumed, and so the connection is corrupted at that point. So you don't want canceling one web request to cause a cascading failure to every single um, pending database request. So you would want to protect this. If we assume that DB does not spawn assume that DB does not spawn another, maybe there should be DB client. I don't know. Let's leave it as DB. If you assume that DB does not spawn another coroutine, then as we saw in the main example, on cancellation, the TCP write / read that the on cancellation, well, if cancellation happens while the query is being sent, then the TCP read / write will fail, and the result, this needs to be try, will be a corrupted connection that either has a half sent command in it, well, half sent request in it, or a half read reply. That either has in it or a half read reply. Okay. So this is the problem. More importantly, this would suck regardless. But most importantly, it would suck but it would suck even more, but would suck even more if the DB connection were to be multiplexed across different coroutines. And that would cause all other pending requests to fail due to the data corruption. Okay. So because of this, one way that this, well, I guess we could somehow introduce like cancellation shields. One way of solving this, well, I guess there are multiple ways of solving this. There are multiple ways of solving this. One could be to enable some coroutine level cancellation shield. So the idea is this. Another would be to require users to isolate critical sections. Would be to require users to use coroutines as the atomic unit of cancellation, meaning that if you want db.query to be uncancelable, well, to not be canceled, because we don't really want it to be uncancelable in an absolute sense. We just want it to be, that if you want db.query to not cancel when it's canceled, then let's see. But to support this last example, well, this last approach, Okay, I think this is the other case. Here's how this could look like, and then we provide an example. So this needs to be request handler 3, and this is like future. Instead of try future await, it's future await catch error, switch error. We still want to await this. I think there might be also like a timeout concern that we should think about, as in we still want to wait this, but not forever, only for a while, and then we bail out horribly in case. Oh, you know what the problem is from this though? You know what the problem is from this system? Fuck. The problem with this system is that how do we know where this cancellation comes from? Because what I'm describing this is actually kind of backwards, because this canceled is not from these actually having been canceled. This cancelled comes from ourselves having been canceled. So this is actually kind of an abuse of this API. Like the way I'm like imagining it. I mean, this is pseudocode, right? So this is like fantasy. Like we are imagining things, but there is some unsoundness in this thing. What's funny is that the thing that looked the most janky, which is the cancel shield, actually so far looks the most promising of all these ideas. Holy shit! Holy shit! But the shield doesn't have the timeouts support, unfortunately. So let's do the timeout version. Thank you. Okay, something like this, I think. Okay. Okay, so these are a few ways of looking at it. I don't know if there are many more. I should put up here. I don't know. Oh, here's what's missing. Actually, no. Nah, that's irrelevant. We want to cancel this thing anyway. Okay, so this is how it is. I don't know, but that's an interesting thing to think about. I think I'm happy with this. Well, okay, we have one. I mean, this is pretty much it. There are certainly more interesting things to think about, but this is already a good amount of meat to put on the fire. And yeah, I'm gonna post this in the ZSF Zulip chat so that people can play around with this. And let me see if everything is online as it should. Yeah. I think there's only one thing I want to add. Okay, success. I mean, we did it. I'll think of more interesting examples. There's one that I could put in there, but that one is already fine as is. Um, in the sense that I don't know, maybe it could be improved, but it's not something that is not possible because of lacking features uh, or bugs or something like that. So it's fine. It's fine for now. Maybe we can switch task. So maybe we can try to integrate Ziggy into Zine. That would be funny. Oh, but you know what the problem is? I just realized that here's the problem with integrating Ziggy into Zine. it requires updating Zine to Zig 016 because we made Ziggy depend on Zig 016, and until we upgrade Zine, we cannot integrate that with Ziggy, or rather, we could with weird workarounds, but yeah, we should not do that. Oof. So that is interesting. So what do we do? You know what? Maybe it's time for me to call it a day. I know that it's a little bit early, but so when it comes to Ziggy, okay, let me think about any Ziggy work that we might want to do. So for Ziggy, I fixed all the other problems that we had. We might be on the verge of wanting to make a Ziggy release in some way. Let me think about it for a second. So I think the path for releasing Ziggy, it really needs Zine to update first. We're not going to release Ziggy until Zine depends on new Ziggy, because I mean the Ziggy doesn't really have releases right now because nobody uses Ziggy in isolation, or I don't know, maybe somebody does, but they don't need tagged releases for that if they want to. So if we if we update the editor tooling to the new version of Ziggy without having updated the static state generator, then you will get what I have right now, right? You have the problem that you have tooling that tells you that your front matters are wrong, even though they're not, because Zine has not been updated yet. So I think that I think that yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a day. This has been a good day of work. It has been a 4-hour long streaming session. I did start early, so I know that some people were asleep and didn't get a chance to see. But yeah, we did a good amount of work, and I think this is a good time for me to stop and do some other stuff that I've been procrastinating on. So with this, let me see who's live. Anybody doing Zig? Nobody's doing Zig live on Twitch, so I think I'm gonna be lazy and not raid. So well, thank you all.